And we are live.
When I was podcasting, what Dusty would always use as a waveform check would be to shout, "Sex tits!"
Heads up, heads up. Speaking of sex tits,
Good save.
it's my
No
first
pressure
lockup
behind.
that I can remember. Bummer, I had a really good lap going.
You did less damage than I did when I made that exact same mistake a couple hours ago.
Well, that was all to say I had to restrain the urge to just yell "sex tits" without any context after Dustin said, "We are live." Um, but then I might have distracted Ryan. So
No,
Yeah.
that wasn't you.
I was fully going to blame him for that.
It was definitely self-inflicted. Well, I think that was my first 1x of this stint, so that's good. At least in the bus stop. Not counting accident avoidance.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Car right. Clear right.
There's a group
it's
of slower
attack mode
cars ahead.
time.
We're on it. Thank you. Oh boy.
Right side. Clear right.
Second gear. That's not where I want to be. That's how slow that was.
Car left. Clear left. Left side.
Aaron, you're
Clear
already
left.
in VR, aren't you?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried throwing the Sennheiser on top, and I didn't need any adjustments, so I'm just sending it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was actually going to ask you to adjust your Discord input sensitivity if you could.
You're coming
but
up
I
on a
doubt
slower
you
class
can get
car.
to that now that you're inside of VR.
I can try it. My volume or my noise gate?
It's labeled the input
On your left.
sensitivity for me.
Clear left.
I'm assuming it's the noise gate. I was thinking that may cut out with some of the breathing that we're getting from you. Yeah, for me it's just labeled input sensitivity.
Okay. I decreased it by 10 decibels.
Left side.
I still see it peaking a bit.
Still there. Clear left.
Yeah, it's not a big deal if it's being finicky. One more, Ryan.
Copy.
Unless you want to save 0.3 of a lap.
Slower car ahead.
on
He's the
one
class
lap.
leader for these guys. We're setting the pace.
Are your tire pressures still good?
Yep. God, of course. I'm up quarter of a second on this lap.
That's how it works.
It does every time.
Slower class car ahead.
All right, pitting this time.
What's your speed limit in the pits? Engage limiter.
Good entry. And good double stint,
100
too.
meters. 50 meters.
Not too shabby. All right, I believe we're back in the correct battery mode, hybrid mode. I've reset everything else that I changed, so
I'll double
Craft
check
is now
all
in
of
the
it.
lead.
Yeah, we
don't
look
forget
good.
pit speed limiter.
On.
Okay.
Gonna go a little softer on the bar. Increase the brake bias. Red 5.
Hmm.
Those guys we're racing must be flying because we lost track position to them that time, even with how good of a stint that was.
I had terrible luck with traffic, so
Yeah,
I'm not surprised.
that happens. All right, Aaron, cold tires.
There's a car approaching. Don't cross the white line. Watch your mirrors.
No pressure behind. You got 2 prototypes back there, but they're a good bit back.
The gap in front is increasing. It's now.
Car left. Clear left.
P8. Slower class car ahead.
On your left. Clear left.
Slower class car ahead. You've just done a 134.3.
$353 laps left.
Car left. Clear left.
There's an incident in turn 7. We think it might be Johnson.
Car off to the inside, stay outside. Good job.
So I guess they consider the coming up onto the banking to be turn 7,
Apparently.
because that's what that call got for me.
Yeah.
I've heard that call several times, and I was like, I have no idea what you're considering turn 7.
You're coming up on a slower car.
Left side. Clear left. Car left. Clear left.
Aaron, do you want any fuel info?
I'm okay for right now.
Cool.
Had a couple big lifts already, so
Yeah, it's confused iRacing. It's telling you got 31 laps left.
at least trying to get to the point where the tire pressure alarm wasn't on before I started worrying about it too much.
Good call. Yeah, the pace will start coming up now, too, that you got a full SOC for this setting.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Left side. Clear left.
Slower class car ahead. He's their class leader. 0.8. You're coming up on a slower car.
All right, tire pressure alarm finally went off. How much? Got what? Quarter to a half a lap. I probably got to save.
You are on track to do 30.
P7. Stay on it. Keep digging.
You just gained a spot through the pits. Correction. You're now on track to do 29. iRacing had to take a second to update. So that was a big jump. It went from showing 24.2 to 22.7. I'll give you an updated number at the line.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
It is 4:52 in the morning sim time. We have about 2 hours until first light.
Yeah, before you came on, I was talking to Ryan about. I got lost in a train of thought thinking about how much of this race is run under darkness.
Yeah, I heard a little bit of that chatter when I
Yeah,
put
just-
your stream on downstairs when I was making coffee.
It was basically dark when I handed him the car. When he gave it back to me, still dark, despite it being like 10 hours later.
Yeah, it's one of the few races and endurance races in the world that's run during winter. I think that's right. Because Bathurst is run during the summer.
Right. Yeah, all I can think of is like the 25 Hours of Thunder Hill. That's usually in November, December.
And then
Yeah,
there's
it's still
Dubai.
technically the fall, though.
Yeah, it's technically fall. And there's some stuff in the Middle East around this time of year, like the 24 hours of Dubai, but that's so close
Dubai,
to
Blue
the
flag.
equator.
In the land of perma summer, where there's
AKA
hot summer and there's warm summer.
AKA a place I will not
Slower
live.
class car ahead.
But it's a dry heat.
And I mean,
As long as you're not building Qataria World Cup stadiums, you should be okay.
I'm making sure that your cats get a little bit of screen time on the live stream right now, by the way. They're up in a photo on the left side.
Look at what we had to give up for this.
B6. That
As
was
soon as my stint was over,
134.8.
mine got on my lap.
On your left. Hold your line. Clear left.
I'm honestly just glad that I haven't been doubled over at some point this morning. When I got online this morning and got in the car, I had to ask Ben. I was like, "Hey, can you stick around for like the first couple of laps here? Because I thought I was over this stomach bug, but apparently I am not."
Yikes.
On your left. Hold your line. Clear left.
It's the leader. Take him out.
Mhm.
Or as Zach would say, sacrifice some safety rating for him.
Yeah. Well, that's the guy in P2. Never mind. He's okay. We'll let him go for now.
Slower class car ahead. Blue flag.
It's got to be demoralizing. Yeah, we're second, but we're 3 laps down.
Yeah. I feel like we've had
That's
this
just
experience
truly
where-
alien pace out of the leaders.
Yeah, they've got one guy in that car,
There's a car leaving the
that's a
pits.
1.3 that I get the feeling that somebody's running under a second account with a lower I rating.
Oh, interesting.
Murphing.
Because I know Dave Cam, the guy who runs that YouTube channel, he has 2 different iRacing accounts that he runs. I don't know what the sporting code says about that kind of thing, but
Car left. Clear left.
I guess from my rating standpoint, it does kind of tarnish the competition side a little bit, but also, like, I mean, in order to have 2 accounts, you got to have 2 paid subscriptions and buy the content
Right.
twice. So they
Right.
it kind of works out for them.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Yeah. Second and third are really close together. Wow.
Are they on the same lap?
Yeah.
You're on track for 29. You've got 0.2 of a lap in hand.
Right
Jesus,
side.
dude, that was a late move.
Hold your line. Clear right.
Flash him.
Nah.
All right.
They're
you
running
guys-
an American flag livery. They should know that here that a blue flag just means take
Yeah.
care.
Nothing.
Not get the fuck out of the way right goddamn now, but just be aware.
You guys good if I go get cleaned up and have some breakfast and stuff?
Yep.
Awesome. Keep it up.
Slower class car ahead. That lap was a 134.3.
All right, I think that's enough screen time for the cats.
And it'll get to Tetra's head. I think Herman's too dumb to let it get to his head.
Not dumb, just simple. I don't know,
Tomato, tomato.
Maybe that's not even any better. Who knows?
Well, I kept the door to my office closed all night because I didn't like pick up my cord for my VR headset or anything. Kind of left everything semi-ready to go, so I didn't want them in here screwing with stuff. And when I came in here, Tetra was just like screaming at me to let her in here. Like followed me in here. I think her morning routine is just
Slower
to
class
sit on my
cars
racing
ahead.
chair and look out the window.
Nice. Yeah, I went downstairs, made some coffee, and went and stood outside in the pleasantly cold weather that we're having down here. I think it was 16 or 17 degrees out.
Yeah, I think it was 12 here.
Caitlin and I were talking the other day when we had a day where it stayed above freezing all day, and we walked outside. We're like, oh, we now remember how like temperatures that are constantly below freezing, how nice it is that it takes all the humidity out of the air.
Yeah. It's literally too cold for air vapor to sit in the or
Yeah.
water vapor to sit in the air.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily looking forward to these 60 something degree temperatures that we have coming up soon, because I expect that to be 60 degrees and humid. And 60 degrees and
There's
humid
a
is
group of
just
slower cars ahead.
clammy and not fun.
That's kind of what I always looked forward to, is the 60-degree days growing up within, 5 miles as the crow flies from one of the Great Lakes. So
Yeah.
something about 60 and humidity brings me back to my childhood.
I think
P6.
my thing is 60 degrees is like the perfect temp to get outside and
Left side.
I don't know, go on a little
Good
walk.
God, that guy was going so
Yeah.
Clear
fucking
left.
slow.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
he backed it way up. But
I lifted way before the 3-board, like we've talked about. Still got on the brakes a little bit, and then had to slam on my brakes at the third apex.
yeah, that closing speed changed drastically once you got into the bus stop. Oh, well, once again, we didn't die.
This has been a race of many near-death experiences.
I still don't get why I can't see any of your dash readouts from any of the cameras, even if I start spotting.
Say what now?
I can't see any of the readouts on your dash, even if I start spotting.
Oh,
I
yeah.
hate that. I mean, I get that they don't
Yeah.
that they don't want you to be able to read data off of somebody else's car other than your team's, but
Yeah, but if we're teammates, it shouldn't matter.
yeah.
Slow car ahead. This is the leader for their class. That was a 133. Slower class car ahead.
Car behind's a 2.3K. He's matching your pace.
Jesus
On your
fucking
right.
hell.
Clear right.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
On your right. Clear right.
So you were a car length back before that when that GT was turning in for the apex. So I think he was technically within his right to do that, given that you didn't flash saying that you were going to send it there.
Also the kink. It's not a corner.
Tomato, or better yet, tomato potato. How about that?
Was he within his rights? Yeah, probably. Was it a dick move? 100%. The only thing that stopped us from crashing was me slamming on my brakes.
Yeah.
Coming up on a slower class car.
It may have. I'm playing devil's advocate here a little bit, but it may have been conditioning as well. Because I think at least me and I think a lot of other prototypes, instead of passing to the inside there at the kink, we've been going around the outside on the exit of the kink.
He went immediately track right. I couldn't get to the outside if I wanted to.
Anywho, we're not dead.
On your left. Clear left.
This guy's pretty quick.
Yeah.
That lap was a 134.3.
12 more, that'll get you to 29. You got a 10th in hand.
You're coming up on a slower car.
Car right. Clear right. On your right. Clear right.
It does feel like traffic makes a bigger difference here than in other races, other places for whatever reason.
The gap behind has now decreased to 17
In most places, it's like you
seconds.
lose a little
He's
bit of
faster than you,
time
entering turn
everywhere.
5.
Here, there's a few spots where you can lose a whole shit ton of time.
Right, yeah. I think that's what's made the fuel game so interesting whenever I've been in the car, because it's like I haven't had a single stint where I have run a consistent fuel number the entire stint. It's like I'll run a couple laps and then I'll be way ahead, and then I'll turn up the wick and then be a little bit behind and then be way ahead again. It's just been this yo-yo effect the whole time. Still a 10th in hand.
Also, that midpoint through this stint where the car just kind of feels like garbage.
Yeah, it'll start coming back to you in a lap or two.
Yeah.
The car behind is catching. The gap's now 15 seconds. He's faster than you into turn 5. Slower class car ahead. You've just done a 133.8.
Right side. Clear right.
The guy behind's catching. The gap's now 14 seconds. He's quicker than you into turn 5. You're coming up on a slower class car. That last lap was a 133.8.
I made that same mistake just a day or two ago. He's got dirty tires now.
The car behind is reeling you in. The gap is now 11 seconds.
The fuel
Quicker
number
than
still
you
looks
entering
good.
turn 5.
You're building a little bit of margin, which isn't a bad thing. It'll let you turn up the wick at the last couple of laps.
Slower class car ahead.
Eight more. You good with me stepping away for a moment?
Yep.
All right, thanks. Be back in a minute.
Car right. Clear right.
Blue flag. You're coming up on a slower class car. The gap behind has now decreased to 9.7 seconds.
Car left. Clear left.
Blue flag. Blue flag. That lap was a 1:34.8. The gap behind is now 7.8 seconds. Slower car ahead. It's their class leader.
Right side. Clear right. Right side. Clear right. Right side. Clear right.
The gap behind is now 6.1 seconds. Slower cars ahead. The class leader's up here. Your lap time was 1:34.3.
Left side. Clear left. On your left. Clear left.
The car behind is reeling you in. The gap is now 4.7 seconds. coming up on a slower class car. Sector 1 is 4.7 off the pace.
I am back.
Car left. Hold your line. Clear left.
I think I've got 0.2 of a gallon to the good to make it to 29.
Cool.
The gap behind is now 4.0 seconds.
What was it you said after PLM? Toilet punishment round 1 or whatnot?
Something like that.
Ugh. This is honestly the first time I've ever had a stomach bug that's been like this mild. Normally whenever I get them it's awful. Like just I remember the last time I had one really, really bad was I think like 2019 or something, and I literally remember laying in the floor of the bedroom in the fetal position,
Slower class car ahead.
thinking to myself, this might actually be the end, and at this point I'm okay with that. Like I had that thought. All right, go full attack.
Left side. Still there. Clear left.
The gap behind is now 3.0 seconds.
You should be getting the fuel alarm now if you haven't already. but
Left
you're good.
side. Clear left.
Yeah, I got it as I was crossing the line.
Yeah. Yeah, it comes on for me with 10 liters remaining. And even the hardest push lap I think I've ever done has only been like 3.2 liters.
The car behind is catching. The gap's now 2.1 seconds.
Yeah, plenty of fuel.
Slower class car ahead.
One more lap.
WAP? What?
One more lap.
The gap behind's increased to 1.8. That lap was a 1:33.4.
Car left. Clear left.
Wouldn't you know it, I'm up a quarter a second on my fastest lap.
Low fuel, man, makes a big difference in this car.
The guy behind's catching. The gap's now 1.4 seconds. Watch your speed. Engage the limiter. 100 meters. 50 meters.
All right, reset everything. Good stint.
Yep, already done.
Tire wear looks good.
Oh yeah. P6 and P7 are way faster than us right now. We're always just like a split second before the pit speed actually kicks in. I'm like, oh God, is it actually on? It
Yeah,
just takes off so quickly.
yeah.
Ugh.
There's traffic behind. Watch your mirrors. Don't cross the white line.
You got a prototype behind at speed.
Car right. Clear right.
That is the next car for position behind us. Well, one of the next cars for position behind us. All right, settle in here. Cold tires.
Some guests checked in at the Airbnb next door during Ice Apocalypse, and included in that roster are 3 small children. I think I hear them screaming in the front yard right now. That's fun.
You're coming up on a slower car. P7.
On your left. Still there. Clear left. On your left. Clear left.
So I think this strat sheet we're using is still too complicated. if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I think I added some complication to it.
Yeah, that's fine. I think the next time we do this, maybe even for like a 3 hour, I think instead of tracking both start and end time, I think we only track. I think we only track one or the other. Probably the start time, because I'm thinking about this, and the only column on this spreadsheet that really matters in terms of how we're planning strategy is the time remaining in the race at the start of the stint. Like this whole time, what we've been going off of is that column. Like right now, it says at the last stint, there's going to be just under 18 minutes left in the race. Like that's what we strategize based off of. I mean, we use and if we do it based off of just that, if we do it the amount of time remaining in the race at the start of the stint and the start time
Slower
of
class
the
car
stint,
ahead.
that lets us be able to boil down to that bottom number, but and also be able to tell people when they should expect to be back in the car next.
Yeah.
That lap time was 1:33.5. You're approaching a group of slower class cars.
Dude, what are you
On
doing?
your left. Clear left.
Slower car ahead. This guy's their class leader. You've just done a 1:34.0. P8. The car ahead is Schultz. Schultz in front is pitting.
Damn, I was a half second off on my fast lap, but I lost it all on the bus stop.
You're coming up on a slower class car. P6.
Car left. Clear left.
Wonder how old Donkey Bop is doing in their split. Haven't raced against those guys in a while.
Slower class car ahead. That last lap was a 1:33.5.
Good pace out there.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Left side. Clear left. Car left. Clear left.
Good work holding on there. That's pretty much what put me in the fence earlier.
You had to take an off track there. That or die.
Yeah,
Slower class car
that's
ahead.
why we have an
On your
allowance
right.
of them.
Clear right.
I did notice that there is no DQ limit to this race on incident points.
Yeah, it's just a penalty at 100 and then a penalty every 20 after that.
There's a car exiting the pits, heads up. Seventh position.
I enjoyed the pace of the tires while I had it, and now I'm settling into fuel safe mode.
Sounds good. 20 more, 3/10 of a lap in hand.
Would 20 more get me to 29? Or would that be 28 pace?
That's 28. You'll need to save 7/10 to get to 29.
That's what I thought. I was going kind of
You're
hard for a
gaining on
number
this
of
guy.
laps there.
The gap's now 14 seconds. The gap in front has increased to 15 seconds.
Who's getting in after me, Ben?
Yep. All right, save only as much fuel as you want to. I've just updated the
Yes.
strat sheet.
Yeah.
I've got it. I think I've got it as
The
simplified
gap in
and
front is
accurate
increasing.
as
It's
possible.
now 16 seconds.
What I did is I started with the amount of time remaining at the start of your stint here, and then for every stint, started with that amount, then subtracted the stint length, and then subtracted the time lost in the pits. So there, I can, maybe it needs to be the time spent in the pits. I don't know. But by that calculation, the final stint is 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So I can save that. I can save those laps if I need to in my next double. Granted, this is also assuming a minute 34 lap, and we've been under that.
Yeah, once the sun comes back out, they'll probably be right there.
I'm gonna if we end up running minute 33 laps, then that changes to 8 minutes left at the end of the race. So we're close. So yeah, save as much as you want or as little as you want.
Yeah, I'm just giving a mild coast into turn 1 in the bus stop. That's it.
Probably the most accurate thing would be to base this off of a 33.4. If we run 33.4s, it's just over.
The gap in front
it's
has
6
increased
minutes
to
and 20
17
seconds.
seconds.
Yeah, I was going to suggest changing the average time to a 33.5. So
The car in front has just posted a 131.6.
Car right. Clear right.
P7. The gap ahead is now 19.
Left side. Hold your line. Clear left.
Slower car ahead. This guy's the class leader. You're coming up on a slower class car. There's a group of slower cars ahead.
On your right. Clear right. On your left. Clear left.
The leader, Kraft, is pitting.
All right, Ben's aware of when he needs to come back
You're
in.
coming up on a slower car. Sector 1 is 1.4 seconds. Off the pace. Sector 2 is 0.6.
You had
Off the
15
pace. Sector 3 is 0.5. Off the pace.
Oh, shut up, Chief. You had 15 even at the line. That'll get you to 29.
On your left. Clear left. On your right. Clear right.
Yeah, I've got the strat sheet simplified to only 2 columns. So whenever the stint changes, the most important thing we do is that when you pull out of the pits, that somebody looks at how much time is left in the race and updates that column.
Slower
to the
class
stint.
car ahead.
Pulls out of their pit box, probably.
Left side. Hold your line.
Just as long as we
Clear
have a
left.
defined meaning of what starts their stint means.
Yeah, pulling out of the pits. That's what I think.
Slower class cars ahead.
Calculation wise, the main thing that happens is it calculates roughly how long a stint's going to be based on estimated laps and lap time, and then that's a calculated field, and everything
On your
just
left.
runs off of that one calculated
Clear
field.
left. Left
There's
side.
no other
Clear left.
relationships in there. It's like you're not basing end times off of start times and then the following start times off the previous end times. I think that tends to simplify it a bit, hopefully.
Yeah, I felt a little bad when I woke up, and
Car
since
left.
it's my sheet, I had like a notification
left.
on my phone that like Zach added a comment to a cell, and it was like he changed the time remaining in a cell. And I'm like, oh, the rest of the spreadsheet doesn't do anything with that.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, when I got in, it was a little bit janked, but I got it fixed. But yeah, sorry, I forgot this one was your sheet that you created, and I just not necessarily crapped all over it, but just refactored the whole thing. Now you know why all the developers I work with don't always like working with me.
Developers.
We had one guy turn in his 2-week notice last Tuesday.
How do you feel about that?
I wish he hadn't done it. And I asked Protective to do something to try to keep him to stay, and they said they did, but he just still turned it down. The reason he gave the manager was to pursue some kind of retail opportunity, which I don't really understand. He said it wasn't because of management or working with me or anybody else, but I don't know. It's just, it was really odd timing, because if you leave now, you forfeit your bonus and your raise. And he just got his annual review, which told him that he was essentially was going to tell him he was going to get a nice raise and a nice bonus, right? So who knows?
Maybe that means
You're
he's
coming up on
starting
a
a
slower
business or
car.
something.
Well, I think he
I don't
told
know.
me he's going to go do some development work for Lowe's, which, I mean, I guess that's a retail opportunity, but I mean, when you say you're going to go do development for Lowe's, it kind of just sounds like you're just taking another development job somewhere.
Yeah.
So who knows?
You've just done a 133.8.
Also, people who have the word engineer in their job title aren't necessarily great at communication necessarily.
Yeah,
So
that's fair. You're going to need a little bit of save from here to get to 29. But you've got clean track right now, so I say use it.
Always good to see a piece of bodywork on the side of the road.
Yeah, especially when you don't get a call from Chief about it.
Oh, something bad happened here very recently because iRacing hasn't deleted it yet.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
How are the tire pressures? Are they still balanced?
The rears are. The front
Well, left to right.
is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The rears are 0.3 off. The fronts are 0.5 off. Or, you know what I'm trying to say.
That lap was a 1:33.4.
Off by 0.3 and off by 0.5. Maybe we need to increase tire pressures again. I don't know. I don't know if that's good. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, so wait, I think that's what I'm asking. So the left sides are at lower pressures than the right sides. Is that
Yes.
true? Okay. Are the left sides showing blue or are they
Slower
black?
class car ahead.
They're black.
Okay, I think we're fine then. The problem I had during my first stint is I could never get the left tires all the way up to pressure.
The left rear, I think, is about 0.2 psi away from getting alarm, but it's just above alarm.
On the low side.
Yeah. I think the alarm goes off at 23.9.
Okay, I can give you another one more click of pressure in that left rear if you want it, but that's up to you.
No, I mean, the rear is closer to being even across the rear axle than the front is.
Okay. You're just not leaning on the rear of the car very much.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's happening, gentlemen?
Motorsport is happening. That's what's happening.
Real fake motorsport.
All right, you gotta save me 1/10 of a lap over the next
You've
9.
just done a 1:33.6. Good consistency. Keep them coming.
Cars are fake, but the racing is real.
I like that. We need that on a T-shirt. Right alongside something about real track limits. the cars are fake. The racing is real, but the track limits are also fake.
I stole that line directly from Jimmy Broadbent, and I wouldn't be surprised if he stole it from somebody else. So.
It's still fucking dark? Holy shit.
Yep, we've got about 50 minutes until first light.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to be driving us into the daylight.
Yeah.
Got it. Be right back.
Slow car ahead. This guy's their class leader. P5.
You're right on the bubble with fuel.
Car left.
Yep, I'm
Clear
aware.
left.
Okay.
Doing a little more safe, starting this lap.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that laps remaining on the top left of your dash is the exact same thing that I see in the F5 or in the fuel box.
I think so too. For once, they're linked.
Yeah, the thing I don't know is how they calculate that. I don't know if it's a 5-lap average, a 3-lap average, a 10-lap average. You know what I mean?
It's a good question.
That's one of the reasons why I trust the Race Labs layout a little bit more. It'll tell me specifically what my
Slower class
average
car
burn is
ahead.
over the last 5 laps and over the last 10 laps, as well as what my max and my min are. And it will give me a lap
On your
remaining
left.
count for each of those.
Clear left.
B6. Your lap time was a 1:34.9.
Yep, up to P6 again.
I take it we're still leapfrogging a bunch of people just in the pit cycle.
Yeah.
Left side.
The track position has gone back
Clear
and
left.
forth. Ryan made up a hell of a lot of track position in his first stint, and then he lost a bunch in his second stint just because of traffic. So it's really kind of hard to keep an eye on. But the main thing is, and I put this in the chat, is that the strat sheet was showing us having a stint of like 6.5 minutes at the end. If we keep doing 28 lap stints, so I think we're going to be able to shave that. So long story short, we're in a good spot fuel wise.
Coming up on a slower class car.
Okay, so I don't need to try to do a 30-lap stint if I just do. I think I did 20. I think I did a 28 and 2 29s.
Yeah, a 29 will be great. But I mean, I can do 30. Hell, I can do 32s if I need to, which I don't want to. But yeah, I mean, it's just at this point, if a couple of people get us to 29s between now and then, like I think we're going to cut that stint, and we'll know more here in 6 more laps once I get to update the sheet after Aaron.
Okay, I will plan on doing what I did the last stints. Mainly my third stint, not my second stint. I don't want to talk about that one.
That was the one no one saw, so I think you're good. By the way, we are exactly 2/3 in. 302 laps remaining.
Yeah, my second stint was less than stellar.
It's all good. You didn't die.
I almost did though. It's a funny story.
Was that when you got split 3 wide?
Well, that was the same stint.
Okay.
That one wasn't actually that bad. I mean, I spun and we all spun, but I was coming out of the tri-oval and I was like, I'm pretty sure my fans on my computer, my cooling fans just shut off. So I'm like, oh, I'm on a straightaway. I'll do this real quick. So I opened up my MSI Afterburner, clicked a couple things, and it wouldn't minimize.
Oh no!
And I definitely just drove through the grass in the tri-oval. Didn't hit anything, just got a 1X.
Oh man. Yeah, that's like
There's a group of slower cars ahead.
Yeah, it's like I opened up, when I started doing a stream yesterday, I was gonna try to do it straight off my graphics card with through AMD instead of going through OBS. But when I tried to open the AMD software to do it, it popped up and said something about, hey, such and such Windows update happened. You need to update your graphics driver. I was like, oh, yeah.
Hold your line.
Snowball's chance in hell I'm doing that in the middle of a race.
Yeah, hard no.
Car left. Clear left.
Slower class car ahead.
Car left.
I see the 20 car,
Still there. Clear left.
Dale Earnhardt car got in front of us.
Marbles. Yeah. Ultimate
fuck
Giga
those guys.
Chads.
Yeah. The Yusuf Ghali. I don't know if I ever see that guy in the street, there might be, I don't want to say we're streaming. But yeah, I don't like that guy. He's just way too aggressive for middle of the night stint.
Yeah, when Ryan was in the car earlier, he had somebody who was being hyper aggressive with us, and he was the next car ahead of us for position, but he had a lap on us, and he was blocking all the way down the straightaways and everything, and so Ryan just laid off of him. And then, sure enough, a couple of laps later, as we are coming through the tri-oval, I look ahead, and there's
Sixth place.
a car
Sector
goes
1
off
is
in turn
2.1.
one,
Off the pace.
does a really shitty rejoin and just parks it in the middle of the track of the exit of turn one, and the guy that was being a dick to us just completely rear ends them, and it took both of them out, and both of them were for position.
Oh, that's convenient.
Yeah, it was great.
Slower class car ahead.
I thought we were ahead of Ultimate Giga Chads as recently as the start of this stint for some reason.
I don't know. They passed us at one point. I remember that much.
Either way, we were
I don't remember
battling
when
with,
exactly.
we were battling with them, and they are now P5. So that makes me think that trouble has befallen yet another car that was ahead of us.
Maybe. Well, I know when I was in the car, they were. I was running P like 8, 9, and they were like P10 and 11, but they were 2 laps behind me. They gained a lap on me during my stint.
Full deploy.
Copy.
You can also drop that rear bar a little bit if you want.
Has there been any changes to the setup or the car or anything? I just heard you guys talking about the bars and stuff.
Yeah, we've made the occasional in-car adjustment, but it's not been much, and we've been resetting them every time we come into the pits.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to know what I was getting into.
Yeah, I haven't touched TC. I had brake bias forward a bit, but I've brought it back, and I think the bars are where they should be.
Yeah, I haven't touched TC since I did and then forgot to reset it and made Aaron spin.
You
Slower
son of a
class
bitch.
car ahead.
Okay.
Left side. Clear left.
We're in the green on incident points as well. Two more, Aaron.
Yep.
I'm just now noticing how much this track narrows up, or how suddenly it narrows up in certain sections.
You're coming up on a slower car.
Yeah, it's definitely not a wide track.
Yeah. a narrow track that is bumpy, that requires you to run a low downforce setup and has really hard brake zones. That's what makes it
Seems
tricky.
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying
seems
that's what makes it tricky.
It's not an extenuating set of circumstances or anything.
With the P2 car, I definitely did an experiment one day. I ran like a max downforce setup and like short gear ratios. Could definitely take the bus stop damn near flat out.
Yeah. When we were prepping for this one, I ran the high downforce setup of the GTP, and I was faster in it than I was the baseline setup. But as they say, downforce cures a lot of ills.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
This is your in lap. You ready, Ben?
Yep.
Left side. Hold your line. Clear left.
Unfortunately, traffic hasn't let me set any stellar laps since I turned the wick up.
Well, hell, you just turned a 33.1. That's not a bad lap.
Yeah, but my best is a 32.6 or something this stint.
Yeah.
Or 32.8.
Yeah, paying attention to the track width now, it's almost like, or not almost like, it is like the track narrows up at corner entry of almost every corner. All right, in and in.
In.
Lift at the first kink, brake hard at the second.
I know what to do.
What's your speed limit in the pits? Engage limiter.
We're already 20 seconds ahead.
100
That's not even
meters.
counting
50 meters.
some of the other overlap time. Nice.
I'm out.
And I'm in.
All right. Stint start time has been updated.
We were doing when they rolled off. Put
Yeah.
time remaining.
Yeah, I'm going to get it.
Okay. Gonna sit here and let my knee be bent before I try to stand up.
Make sure the limiter's on, Ben.
Got it.
7:33:10. Yep, that last stint's down to 5 minutes.
Watch your mirrors. There's a car approaching.
Yeah, so Ben, if you can get us 29 laps, then cool. But same thing as always.
Slower car
survive.
ahead. This is their class leader.
No pressure behind. Cold tires.
Current objective: survive.
Did you bring down the rear bar?
Yeah, I put it down to 3.
Okay. Yeah. So Ben, you've got a slightly softer rear right now, which is fine.
All right. I'll
You'll
probably just not touch it, but
Yeah,
we're good.
you'll have a little more grip in the rear when the rear of the car is loaded. At least I think that's how rear bars work. I don't know. You're the actual race car driver. You tell me.
yeah. I don't know. I race a front wheel drive Honda Civic. None of that shit applies to this.
I'm pretty sure a front-wheel drive Honda Civic's basically the same as
car
a
in front of
Cadillac
us is
GTP.
Schultz.
I don't know.
No, it's that you're
The rear
mistaking
the
it for
rear of our
actual.
race car is pretty much solid. It's so stiff. That's the only way to get understeer out of it.
It doesn't have springs.
But everything
Compliance.
is just tiny
Yeah.
vibrating string or springs.
We have the stiffest
On your left.
rear sway bar you can buy
Clear
for
left.
that car, aftermarket sway bar. And then we have, I think they're like 950-pound springs in the back. So it doesn't do shit.
Yeah, so you have no rear grip, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Car left. Clear left.
All right. Be a douche then.
I mean, with the front wheel drive of the car, though, I'm pretty sure you want the rear so stiff that the inside tire lifts off the ground, don't you?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
One of the earlier iterations of our car, we had a softer front setup, so the front would lay over. And there's pictures where the inside rear wheel is probably 4 or 5 inches off the ground and not moving because there's like a little bit of brake pressure.
That's wild.
All right. Quitting iRacing so I can get back to monitor mode. Gonna stay connected to Discord.
All right, I'm just kind of settling in here. Gonna take a couple laps easy, just let the tires get where they need to be.
Slower class car ahead. P7. You're coming up on a slower class car.
Hey, you want me to come make you some coffee? That'd be wonderful. Okay, I can do that.
P6.
All right, no prototypes behind you on track at the moment, so no pressure there at all. Tires should be coming up to pressure pretty well. I'll ask you later if one side or the other is not coming up to temp. I had that problem when I got in the car, and so we're actually running slightly higher pressures on the left sides right now.
Okay, yeah, they're even right now.
Good. Yeah, and so
Well,
you've already
within a tenth anyway.
Yeah, and that's the problem I had was that the left sides were just never even getting into range. Like the boxes were still highlighted blue the entire stint for me on the left side.
Shit.
Yeah, but just adding one click in there fixed it for me. And I don't know, maybe I just wasn't laying on the left hand's tires as much. But
yeah.
But I mean, Ryan and Aaron both ran with that same change, and it's been fine for them. You're about to complete your 4th lap. You're going to have 24 more, so you were tracking well to 28 at the moment. Just keep doing what you're doing because that calculation may update. It seems to take iRacing a couple of laps to adjust to having a new driver in the car.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
On your left. Still there. Clear left.
All right, man, settle in. I'm gonna go make morning coffee for the wife.
Sounds good. I'll be here.
You're coming up on a slower car.
20 degrees.
Car left. Clear left.
Slower class car ahead. P5. This is fucking great, mate. Keep it coming. Your last lap time was 1:34.9. The car ahead is Hanson. Slower class car ahead. That lap time was 1:34.9.
On your right. Clear right.
Slower class car ahead.
Car right. Clear right.
Guts is getting closer. The gap's now 20
My
seconds.
attention's been
They're faster
thoroughly
than us
diverted
into
getting
turn
my
one.
stream going back again. I hope nothing bad's happened that she needed me.
No, we're good. I was just gonna ask you though. I just picked up a spot. I'm now P6.
Mm-hmm.
Was that pit rotation or did someone crash?
I will go back in time and find out.
P5.
Looks like you've been P6 since your first flyer. I
Oh, I
think.
definitely thought I came out P7. Whatever.
You might have come out P7, but then when you crossed the stripe, it was P6.
Oh, maybe that's it.
Oh, wait. I can't. Since I went into monitor mode, I don't have the access to what was there. So on lap 614, you were P7. Trying to figure out who was P6 at that time is going to suck.
It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. If it's a pain in the ass.
And I'm just going to go forward through the field until I find who's in P6.
This third, fourth, and fifth are all right behind me, catching me to lap me again.
You're approaching a group of slower class cars. Sixth place.
Yeah, I think it was just pit cycle, because when I found him, he was coming out of the pits.
All right.
Guts is closing the gap. It's now 16 seconds. They're quicker than you
Yeah, I think it
entering
was just
turn
pit
1.
cycle. We are currently the first of 2 cars, 7 laps down. Ultimate Giga Chad's dream team is 1 lap ahead of us.
Fucking Chad.
I was, was that the team that had the guy in it that you didn't like?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, they were just, I don't know, super aggressive. He was really aggressive passing me, and then I followed him for a couple of laps, and just watching him go through GT traffic made me scared.
Yeah, when I saw that name on the entry list when we got into the session, I was like, these guys are going
Slow
to be a
car
problem
ahead.
based
This
on
is
that
the
team
leader
name
for their
alone.
class.
Giga Chad.
There is nothing about that team name that suggests that it's irony to me.
Although, I mean, in our team name defense, it's Mayhem.
Yeah, Zach made the exact same point.
Incident in turn 1. It looks like it's Williams. Yellow flag. That was there's an incident in turn 2. It looks like Williams. Blue flag.
I didn't see a slow car. I don't know what Spotter's on about.
Guts is closing in. The gap is now
I
14
see you back there,
seconds.
Josh.
He's quicker than
I
you into
still see
turn
you.
1.
Oh, what a dick.
Left side. Hold your line. Clear left.
Yeah, those guys were really quick in my session too.
You gotta move, bro. He's gotta make a pass, bro.
That car was anyway. Not the same driver, but really quick. Giga Chads are behind me. With
Yep.
This is the same guy that was in the car when I was in it.
Blue flag. The gap to Guts behind is now 12 seconds. Incident in turn 5.
Off on the right, not moving. Glad he wasn't moving because I was trying to figure out where the car behind was.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Car left. Clear left.
Blue flag.
Corner is yours, leader.
Car right.
Slower class car ahead.
Clear right.
Well, that's one way to fucking do that.
Right side. Clear right.
Guts
Thought
is
I was
gaining on
watching
you.
you, but
The
I was
gap's
watching
now
someone
10
else. Shit.
seconds.
I hit the push to talk button to tell the leader I was going to let him go, and then I just fucking ran wide.
Mm.
B6.
Right side. Hold your line. Clear right.
He's 7 coming up behind us for position is who you had passed on the pit cycle. Jason G.A. with tilde line break TZ.
Goddamn hipsters.
Oh, I didn't know any of Musk's kids were old enough to be on iRacing.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Car left. Clear left.
The gap to Guts behind is now 4.0 seconds. Slower car ahead. This is their class leader.
All right, if you're good, I'm going to step away for a minute to also go make some coffee.
Yep, no worries. I'm good.
Also need to make sure the wife's computer is working because right before I got in the car, she's like, my laptop won't turn on. And I'm like, well, I have to get in the car. I don't know what to tell you. So,
Guts is getting closer. The gap's come down to.
On your left. Clear left.
He's faster than you into turn 5. You're coming up on a slower class car.
On your right. Clear right. On your left. Clear left.
Make him do all the work. Focus on your exits.
Turn 1 is yours, Jason.
Left side. Clear left.
You're coming up on a slower car. Shite. Stay close. You might get him back.
You know what I really, really enjoy?
Cocaine?
No. Gastrointestinal turbulence.
Oh my god.
Right side. Clear right.
If you would have picked up an instant point just then, I would have claimed it as my own. So
Left side. Clear left. Left side. Clear left.
The gap to guts ahead is increasing. It's now 1.8.
On your left. Hold your line. Still there. Still there. Hold your line. Still there. Clear left.
Just ignore him. He'll go away. He's faster than you, entering turn 1. What's going on, mate? Come on, get your act together. 7th position. Slower class car ahead. The
that
gap
Porsche
to
just chopped
guts
him.
ahead is increasing. It's now 2.9 seconds. The gap to guts ahead is increasing. It's now 3.1 seconds.
You've run 20 laps. You've got 8 more. Dirty tires.
You're approaching a group of slower cars. Blue flag. The gap to Guts ahead is now 2.5 seconds.
I got to step away again for a moment.
Okay. I'm good here.
That was a 135.4. The gap to slower class car ahead. He's their class leader.
On your left. Clear left.
Blue flag. Blue flag. The gap to Guts ahead is increasing. It's now 4.5 seconds. That lap was a 135.4. The gap to Guts in front is now 4.9 seconds. P7. Slower class car ahead.
Left side. Clear left.
The gap to Guts ahead is increasing. It's now 6.5.
Turn 1 is yours, Jared.
Sun's coming up.
The gap to Guts ahead is increasing. It's now 8.0.
What was that, Steve?
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Very stupid send in the bus stop, dude. That was not necessary.
There's a car exiting the pits. The next car is Guts. You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Car left, clear left.
The gap to Guts ahead is now.
Car left, clear left.
You can go full deploy on your hybrid.
2 more laps.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
You can go full deploy on your hybrid.
Oh, gotcha.
The gap to Guts ahead is increasing. It's now 8.3. Slower car ahead. This guy's their class leader.
Track temp isn't coming up yet, but ambient is starting to. We're going to leave that that air pressure adjustment in for at least one more stint.
Okay, yeah, that's fine by me.
There's an incident in. Bus stop.
Cut
Yellow
off
flag.
left. Stay right. Stay right. Good work.
Car left, clear left.
Incident in International Horseshoe. It looks like it's Brioche. Slower class car ahead.
Horseshoe's clear.
Car right. Clear right. Left side. Clear left.
You're reeling. Guts in. The gap is 9.3 seconds.
All right, coming in this lap.
Yes, sir. Lift at the first kink, brake just before the second.
Look out for the pit speed limit. Activate limiter.
Good entry.
100 meters.
All right, we got
50
you 4
meters.
fuel. We got you 4 tires.
There's traffic behind. Take care.
On your right. Clear right.
Guy behind you's running high
All right,
32s.
I'm back.
Yeah, this Todd Willing guy, he's one of the guys that we went 3 wide with into turn 1, and it didn't shake out for any of us. Turn 1's yours, Todd.
Yeah, by the way, good job giving the corner
On
to
your
the
left.
leader a couple laps back too.
Clear left.
B6.
I caught that one on the
Yeah, I don't wanna
on the
ruin
stream
any-
downstairs.
Yeah, I don't want to ruin anybody's race. Never want to be that asshole.
Right. No, I just thought it was great. You were like, "Corner's yours," and then you literally left him the entire corner and just went off track. That was
There's an incident in
incredibly
turn
courteous.
6. We think it might be Darian.
I may not have intended to go off track. Not
Track's
that
clear.
far off track.
Track's clear
Anyway.
ahead.
So my wife and I were trying to figure out what race we're gonna go to this year. Take the girls to. Road America is the option, and it was IndyCar, IMSA, or World
Slower
Challenge.
class car ahead.
And this is going to sound really mean towards World Challenge, but that's the leading choice because there's probably going to be fewer people there.
That's completely fair.
And we'll probably be able to find an Airbnb.
Left side. Clear left.
I'm not trying to camp with a couple of 1-year-olds.
1 is the age that's the worst for camping. Before 1, when they're like newborns, camping's fine, and then 2 and past is fine. But 1 is the year to avoid camping. We're just coming out of that season right now with ours, who's a year and a half.
Yeah, we're thinking next year we'll camp, and like you've told me before, but I had a coworker who camps a lot, like in the wilderness, and he's like, yeah, we didn't camp for the first 2 years we had our kids, or their son, their youngest, but he's like, yeah, once they're 2, he's like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it is.
Seventh position. Keep it neat and tidy. We still might get something out of this. You're coming up on a slower class car.
So, Aaron, if I'm reading this right, we need to save 3 laps over the next 9 stints.
I'd probably like to make that more like 6 laps just to make sure we have plenty of wiggle room.
Yeah, which I think we can do.
Car
I mean,
left.
if we save 1 lap every
Clear
other
left.
stint, we're there.
Yeah.
Well, if we save 1 lap every other stint, that gets us to 4 or 5 laps to the good.
What is the baseline? 8, or is it 28 laps or 29?
28 is the baseline.
Okay.
On your left. Hold your line. Hold your line. Clear left.
The gap to Guts ahead is now 16 seconds. Slower class car ahead.
Left side. Clear left.
This guy's running low 33s.
The gap to Guts ahead is increasing. It's now 17
He's
seconds.
impatient as shit too.
Of
Car
course he
left.
is. He's driving car 31 in
Still
an
there.
IMSA race.
Clear left.
Whatever you do, don't try to pass him around the outside.
There's an incident
What
in
the
turn
fuck?
2. It looks like Darian.
On your left. Clear left.
There's an incident in International Horseshoe. We think it might be Darian.
Oh, my goodness.
That was mildly fucking terrifying.
Let's see what happened to this guy. He made contact with a prototype and went way off track. He almost came out on the other side of the horseshoe. That's why I didn't see him. When I heard the spotter call and I started looking ahead, and I didn't see anybody on the track because he was.
I didn't hear a spotter call. I just saw him.
Well, I heard the spotter call and I started looking ahead, and I didn't see anything, and it was because he was in the grass closer to the kink than he was to turn 3.
Oh, gotcha.
And he came back over to turn 3 or rejoined.
Yeah, that was
right after turn 3.
Well, it was like between that guy off track and then this
You're coming up
other
on a
fucking
slower car.
Porsche, I think it was, trying to go
It's always a Porsche.
or trying to go too wide through the little kink deal. It's like, yeah, you're just gonna fuck all this and just back off.
Left side. Hold your line. Clear left. On your left. Hold your line. Clear left. Car left. Clear left.
Slower class car ahead.
Car left. Clear left.
Incident in turn 5.
Car off in the next horseshoe. Car off left.
Yellow flag.
They towed.
Blue flag.
I'm unhiding rows and
flag.
templates because I'm rows and columns because I'm working on a new template, Dustin.
Okay, sounds good, man. Do you want to just create a duplicate of this sheet and then work off of it from there?
I created a brand new one.
Okay.
Just to not accidentally
Sounds good.
put in some nastiness I don't necessarily want.
Hey, Jared, turn 1 is yours. I'm gonna stay high.
Left side. Clear left.
It's a prototype coming out of the pits. Ambient hasn't come up anymore. Track temp's the same as well.
Coming up on a slower class car.
Skies are clear. This track's going to be hot to end the race.
Clear left.
P7. You're approaching a group of slower class cars.
Yeah, Aaron, with that template, we could get fancy and instead of assigning just a generic number of laps per stint, or like just a global at 28, we could put that in a row and like give me 30 laps, give somebody else 28, somebody else 29, but meh.
Yeah, that sounds like some complication. I like just having one average for everybody.
Now, I agree. I feel like
that spreadsheet's been pretty accurate so far.
Yeah. Well,
time-wise, anyway.
And I feel like the simpler we can make it, then obviously the easier it'll be for everyone to use, and just the more utility we will get out of it because of that. Yeah, Ben, I was telling Aaron about this earlier. It's like what we really care about out of the sheet is two things. When is X person's next stint supposed to be, so they can know when to be online, and then how long is that last stint supposed to be, so we can know if we need to save a little bit or if we've got room to burn more fuel.
Oh yeah, it's been great for that. For both those purposes, it's worked out really well.
Right. But yeah, I was trimming it down even more so earlier, and now Aaron's building on that template a little bit more.
Yeah, I got to brush up on my Excel skills for work. The current drafting supervisor, well, the outgoing one, the guy that I'm replacing, he manages the team with like 4 different Excel sheets. But the irony is they all pull data from a 5th sheet. It's like, well, the fuck? We need one fucking sheet to do all this.
Sounds like somebody who never let go of Microsoft Access or something.
Coming up on a slower class car.
Well, I don't know. He's an older dude. He just kind of made shit work, but everything he made work, it's messy, it's complicated. Yeah. So I told my boss, I'm like, look, I'm going to give myself a month to kind of figure out his system and use it, and then I'm going to start scheming a new one. And he's like, yeah, I kind of wish you'd start doing that now. Like, well, I don't know enough to do that yet, so...
On your left.
In some places, we call that type of extra complication job security.
Yeah, well, I think that's what it is. That's what he's doing, but I don't think he's doing it intentionally. But we had the conversation, me and my boss did, that if I'm going to make it so I don't have to spend 30 hours a week managing the team and 10 hours in meetings, he wants it so I can do other stuff.
Yeah.
So I spend 10 hours a week managing the team and the other 30 hours with project and improvement stuff and meetings. Yeah. Dude, my Friday was fucking brutal, dude. From literally 8 a.m. to 2:30, I think, was my last meeting. Just back to back to
Yeah.
back meetings.
It sucks. I'm happy. I'm very happy that I'm at the point in my career where I feel empowered to decline meeting invites whenever I get them.
Slower class
It is
car ahead.
quite freeing.
Yeah, I'm still on a couple of like old distribution lists from my last job. So they send the meeting out to that distribution list.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't need to go to this. Deny.
Yeah, it's part of my daily routine. I get up in the morning, I make a cup of coffee, sit down at my laptop, sip on my coffee, and decline meetings and delete emails.
Nice.
I don't respond. I just delete the emails. The problem
guy
with
in front
responding
is
to an email is
Guts.
that the person will then respond back.
Yeah, well, and I'm on so from my 5 years when I was in the engineering team, I'm on a bunch of email lists. And then for my 2 years as a supervisor, I'm on a bunch of email lists and distribution lists. I haven't been removed from all of them yet, so I still get all these emails that I don't need. And it's just like, my God, I don't need to be on the shipping plan email anymore. I'm too far removed from that. I don't give a shit. I just need to know dollars at the end of the week. That's all I give a shit.
Yeah, the best advice I've ever gotten for managing your email stuff is to create one rule, one single rule in Outlook that says, if my name is not in the to line, send it somewhere else. And that's like the only rule I use to manage that. It takes care of all those distribution lists, and it also hides anything that I'm CC'd on, which is brilliant.
Slower class car ahead.
Yeah, the my boss and the guy that I'm replacing, they have a bunch of rules in their inbox to like sort certain emails. And I'm like, I'm old school in a sense that I don't like that because then I'll miss the email. I'd rather see the email and then move it myself.
Yeah.
Because then I at least have that mental note of, I see that. I got to do a thing.
Yeah, my take on it has been, if the email was not sent directly to me, then it doesn't matter if I see it or not. Like if I'm in the CC or if I'm in a distribution group, it doesn't matter if I see it or not. Whatever information is in that email, if it was that important, somebody will talk to me about it. Like somebody will send me an IM or call me.
Well, we have an email, couple emails that go out for like shop issues that I need to be aware of.
Yeah.
And then there's this other one. There's our factory runs on SAP, and there's a couple of reports that SAP automatically runs and creates a text file, and then we have to use that text file to update 2 of these spreadsheets that we use. And I'm on one of those distribution lists, so I just get those lists and do what I need to do with them and chuck the email in a folder.
Car right. Clear right.
That was a little bit of a late move. Oops.
Still clean, though. We have passed the 6.5 hour mark remaining.
Left side. Clear left.
Here's the guy who spun all the way across the infield.
Left side. Still there.
We're going to give
Hold
him
your
some
line.
space.
Yeah.
Clear left.
6th place.
Track temp has actually gone down over the course of this stint.
Well, that's fucking weird.
The sun's not actually out on anything yet. I can see it's like it's starting to crest over turn over oval 2, but it's not there yet.
All right, guys, excuse the weird lines. My my wife just brought one of the babies down. Her hair is barely long enough for a little ponytail.
Yeah, nice,
One little ponytail right on the top of her head.
nice.
All right, baby's left the room. I'm focused now. That was funny as shit.
This guy's running mid 33s. You guys' entries to the second horseshoe is so wide it scares me. Every time I try to do that and try to really arc the entrance to that second horseshoe, I end up in the fence.
It doesn't give you any room to run wide, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I always end up taking the second horseshoe there, kind of like how I take the keyhole, treating it as a dual apex. Or I guess maybe the inverse of Charlotte's Web.
Jacob and Thomas, go ahead on the inside.
Car left. Clear left. On your left. Clear left.
The car in front of us is Lawson.
All right, Zach said he was going to be here in about 10 minutes, 18 minutes ago. This shit's unacceptable.
Fire his ass.
You are out like Gunther Steiner.
We expect our team principals to act in a timely manner.
You're coming up on a slower car.
Or whatever the hell it is we want to call Zach. Maybe colloquially we shouldn't have like titles. We should have like the names of other people.
Blue flag.
So like
Car left.
we could say Zach is our Gunther Steiner.
Hold your line. Clear left.
If he's anything, he's our Gene Haas. Just letting the team languish without it really any additional investment.
That's great. That's great. I like it.
I feel like I swear
Blue flag.
enough I could pull off Gunther Steiner.
On your left. Clear left. Left side. Hold your line. Clear left. Car left.
Well,
Dude, that's the second time I've lapped that
Hold your
fucking
line.
Porsche and he's done the same
Clear
thing.
left. Car left.
Fuck that dude.
Clear left.
chop him.
Like, he protects the inside of that corner to force the prototypes around the outside, and then he just fucking hangs on the inside. Slows both
Blue
of us
flag.
down. Ten more laps.
Right side. Right side. Clear right.
The guy ahead is Lawson.
Car right. Still there. Clear right.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, Ross is a fucking shitbag. I just got a little loose.
P6.
I had to slow up, and he just said, fuck it, I'm going to hit him.
He just donated you some safety rating, that's all.
I got a 0x, which is good.
Yeah, I don't think we're bent or anything after that.
Slower class car ahead.
You've got 9 laps to save about a half a lap of fuel if you want to stretch it, but you definitely don't have to. No real need to
Blue
do
flag.
so. Just run your race.
On your left. Clear left.
Guy behind you is a low Class C safety rating.
The guy that hit me does?
No, the person directly behind you.
Oh, yeah, that's the fuckwit from my stint.
Slower
that I
class
hated.
car ahead.
He's going to fucking send her here.
On your left. Clear left.
Marbles, marbles.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Left side. Clear left.
Took you long
10
enough.
minutes, my ass.
10 minutes your ass for. Oh yeah. Well, the thing is, I was at my computer, but I saw how many laps you had left, so I did some shit like folded laundry and things.
So you completely missed us throwing shade at you over your
Slower class
stream.
car ahead.
Correct.
Gotcha.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
We may have compared you to Gene Haas.
In physique, in wealth, in age.
In lack of investment provided to the team when it's really
How-
necessary to up our
How
performance.
dare you? How dare you all? I'm as invested as they come.
Car off right. He's gonna rejoin really awkwardly.
Yeah, I saw him hanging out over
All
there.
clear.
Where's this fucking Porsche again with the green wheels?
Does it say
Fuck.
"Taste the Passion" on the back? Is it that one?
I don't know.
Or is it
He
the
does
one
this stupid.
with the dyno arm on the side?
Right
Oh yeah,
side.
it could be that one.
No, it's the
Clear
one that
right.
always
Coming up on
hugs the
slower class
inside of that
car.
corner and slows everybody up. Fucking hate him. Oh, Zach, you also missed the comment. I'm 50-50 if I'm going to go to Road America for IMSA.
Okay.
But my wife and I have kind of settled on we're likely going to go to Road America for World Challenge.
Okay.
And we're going to take the babies with us. We settled on World Challenge just because it will likely be a calmer weekend with fewer people.
It'll be fewer people, but more action on track. Like there's, at least in my experience, that's always seemed like an incredibly busy weekend.
Yeah,
Like,
there's 20 fucking races going on.
yeah, exactly.
Is that a
Well, I won't be at that one, just so you know. Like I know for sure I won't be at that one.
is that a 3-hour race for World Challenge? And when you say World Challenge, I'm assuming you're talking about SRO America.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a diehard. I will still call it Pirelli World Challenge until the day that I die.
Gotcha.
Even though I'm aware it was like Speed Vision World Challenge before that, it's still always going to be World Challenge.
Hell
to
yeah,
me.
man.
It's still real to me, damn it.
Long live
I know
Indy
I sound
Lights.
like I was gonna
Yeah.
say I know I sound like one of those old curmudgeon IndyCar guys, but whatever.
I
fuck it.
mean, the thing is, like, it changed names a bunch. Like, I think it had like 3 different names over 4 years. That's what it seemed like. And
Yeah.
So I've just stuck with World Challenge too.
But
Well, or I'll
for a
call it SRO.
while, it was still World Challenge.
Yeah.
Like it was Pirelli World Challenge, and then it was Speed World Challenge before that, Speed Vision World Challenge before that, Escort Challenge before that. It was always
Escort
something.
Challenge. See, that's a
Or
challenge
wait.
I could get behind. Because like, you know, like all these people do the cinnamon challenge and the milk chug challenge. I'll do the escort challenge. That seems fine.
Yeah. All right, folks. Wish me luck.
Wait, where are you going?
No, the wife just brought me breakfast. Here's to
Oh.
hoping that I can keep it all down.
Have fun.
Wait, are you sick?
Oh, dude, when I got in the car at 3 a.m. this morning, I had to ask Ben to stick around for a moment or two because I've been fighting a stomach bug, and I thought I was over it, and then 3 a.m.
Yeah.
happened.
Well then.
It's like I don't know.
Well, I hope
I don't
you're-
know which is the more difficult decision today: whether or not to pass a Porsche going into the bus stop, or whether or not to trust a fart. You know how it is.
All right. Well, I'm glad we don't share a rig.
New nickname: Skid Marks.
Mm. Ugh, gross.
Slower class car ahead.
Are you feeling better though now? Like, are you seeming on the mend?
Well, I was until I swallowed that last bite.
Great. Okay. Well. Just pile a ton of coffee on it. That'll help.
That's what I did earlier, hoping it would clear something out.
Left side. Clear left.
Live dangerously.
Well, I did have the coffee after my triple, so
What the? Something
Dude.
just happened with my iRacing.
The overall leader definitely just tried to go side by side to the bus stop.
Yeah, he did. That was stupid.
It's like, fucking why, dude? Like, I get it. I'm slow, but I'm not that fucking slow.
Let's pick up the spot. Let him go off, and we'll pick up 8 laps when he is doing repairs.
Take the safety rating hit.
Yeah, who cares?
I've only picked up, I think, 2x this stint. Both were just off track shenanigans.
Yeah,
He had one.
that annoyed me. Go ahead, Dustin.
So he had one prototype spin in front of him coming out of turn 2.
Looks
He
like
ended up in the
P5's gone off
grass,
in turn
at
5.
a
Yellow
car
flag.
off
Caution.
to the left. He's rejoining. Stay track right.
Hey,
it's
it's
Yusuf.
fucking Chads. It's the
Yeah.
fucking Chads.
It's always the Chads.
Slower class
have
car
damage?
ahead.
Brain damage.
Ew.
Got him.
I'll go back and check. It was right there in front of the tires, so they may, if they've got damage, it may not be much.
Well, they're back up and running, so maybe they don't.
He lost the rear and spun, and somehow when he hit the grass, he didn't just keep going down the hill into the tires, so he didn't make contact with anything.
Well, that was a change in one of the last
Car
updates
left.
where
Clear
the
left.
grass actually slows you down instead of just like the grass actually has traction to it.
Yeah,
rather than being ice.
Yeah.
it ruined the jump at Bathurst.
I know. I hate that.
Oh,
like
you
the one
can't
thing.
do that anymore?
Nope.
No, you can't. Sucks.
Blue flag.
What if you do it in an off-road truck
Probably
or a
still
rally,
not.
We
or
should-
one of the rally cars?
We should try. Like Pooper Sebring, just Pooper Bathurst. Pooper Mountain. I don't know.
Dude, that Pooper Sebring was so fun.
Yeah, it was.
My team did really bad, but it was so fucking fun.
I think I'm trying to remember who I did that with. I think we did that with Ryan and Dusty. Because I definitely did it, but I don't remember with who. That was when it was like they had the Indy car, but it was dark. Is that right?
Yeah, and then there was one guy that did it solo in a sprint car. And it was the HPD prototype, and I think it was MX-5s. And that might have been it. And like the Indy cars. Yeah.
And off-road trucks, right? Because I think at one point somebody told me that the off-road truck
Oh.
started just cutting like a bunch of the S's.
Yeah, you're right.
That's
Yep.
right. Yeah, because there was a weird bug with the off-road
On your right.
trucks where you could
Still there.
shortcut
Clear
like
right.
the S's before the back straightaway, and then just keep it flat-footed, and the time penalty went away or some weird shit. So everybody was fucking doing that, and then when they'd rejoin, they'd always take people out. Yeah, the guys that I did it with, my buddies that I race with in real life, Ryan and Preston. Preston was pretty new to. Well, no, Preston was. Oh shit!
All good.
Got it. I got in the marbles.
It looked like the grass to me.
Well, yeah, fuck you. But we struggled with the prototype. I was comfortable with it, and I was surprisingly the
Blue
fastest
flag.
driver, but we picked up so much damage where I think we spent probably a couple hours in the pits, but we still finished like 10th. That was a super fun event.
They
It
didn't
was,
do
yeah.
unlimited fast repairs on that one.
No.
I don't think so. It was. I mean, I don't remember a lot from that race. I do remember being like on the back straight at Sebring and it being pitch black, and all of a sudden the Indy car would come past me. I'd be like, "How the?" I think there was only one Indy car. Once it got dark, there's only one
Car
guy
left.
that was willing to stick it out, and it was
Yeah.
Still there.
it was jarring. Like
There
someone
was-
Hold your
just
line.
there.
There was
Clear
a
left.
lot of attrition with the IndyCar field.
Yeah.
This guy's running mid 32s.
Left side.
It's going.
Clear left.
Marbles. Easy rejoin.
I definitely wanted to let both those guys go.
Cool.
Yeah, you're in this lap too. As a reminder.
Good call.
Yep, I got all the warning lights on my fucking dash about it.
I can't ever see them anymore, so
Oh, what?
Looks like
How
P4
do you
has
not
gone off
see 'em?
in turn
because
5.
my field
Yellow
of
flag.
view, I had my field of view set really awkwardly, and it was starting to wear on me. So I just like reset it, did the actual calculator thing, and it lines up pretty nicely with my monitor and the proximity to my wheel and everything. But it's tight. Like there's not like I can see the top of the steering wheel, and that's really kind of it. And that's only sometimes. Like I can't see the shift lights on the steering wheel.
Oh shit, I got
Yeah.
you.
But I have the LCD screen on my
On-
wheel.
Oh,
And
okay, so you still see it.
Yeah, so it's not as bad, but like anything that comes on the dash in there, I can't really see. So, all right, ready, ish.
Ready to party?
Excited to make some mistakes.
Track and ambient have both come up by 1 degree Celsius. Still going to keep the tire pressure adjustment in for now. All right.
Watch your speed
lift
limit in the
and
pits.
brake.
Look out for the pit speed limit. Engage the
No
limiter.
penalties. No penalties.
100
double.
meters.
Good double.
50 meters.
Get out.
And I'm out. I'm out.
I'm
I'm
in.
out. I'm out. In. Spotter says get going. Hurry the fuck up, bro.
Pit lane. Speed limiter is back on. Fuel is going in.
You're currently in attack
Ready.
mode. You'll want to reset that to
Oh,
balance.
oh. Yep. Dunk a Shane.
Oh, yeah, good call.
The rear bar is 1 click softer than the default as well.
Rear bar.
I think I can reset that one for you.
Okay, I'm just getting ready to go. We still have a second or two, but if you're in it, I'll let you do it.
Yeah, so it's done.
Okay, Dr. Shane. 90% fuel.
I'm going to update the original, or the sheet that I have been updating here in just a moment, Aaron.
Yeah, I think I'm about done with this new template. I was about to duplicate it as an R2. See what you thought.
All right, Zach, you got a couple of prototypes coming up behind you.
Sounds like a them problem.
Great.
There's a car approaching. Stay behind the line.
Oh shit! It's second and
Blue flag.
first.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're gonna be right there. Remember, they're on hot tires. You are
Cold
not.
tires. Cold tires.
Well, there's only one way to get them hot.
Jesus Christ.
Turn off
What?
the traction control.
Slower class cars ahead.
Good to be back.
That last stint is down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
On your left. Clear left.
All right, guys, I'd stick around, but I got to run. I got to get ready for a birthday party. So,
Good
Happy
deal.
birthday.
Hey, appreciate
yeah, not mine.
the triple overnight, and that was a good
Slower
double
car
this morning,
ahead.
too.
He's the class
Yeah.
leader for these
Yeah,
guys.
thank you for that.
Yeah, not a problem. I did my double this morning was a little better, slower pace, but I only picked up 3 incident points. So, I think we're still in good shape-ish there.
P7.
we are.
There'll be
60,
chances here.
64
Let's make
total.
sure we can take them.
So,
Yeah, with less than 6 hours left.
yeah. All right,
I'll
I'll
be
be.
a little lower, but yeah.
I might jump back on when we get back from the birthday party, but I might not. We'll play it by ear. So either way, good luck, guys.
Donka Shane.
Sounds good. Appreciate it, man. These guys behind have another 8 or 9 laps before they're going to box.
Okay.
Sorry, 9 to 10 laps before they're going to box.
Stupid question, guys. If I withdraw from the session from iRacing, that won't fuck anything up, right?
Do not withdraw. Like, you can exit the simulator, but don't
Yeah.
withdraw.
Yeah, just close iRacing.
Okay, yeah, because I have like the registered you may join your session thing. And
Yeah,
it just
that's
says withdrawal or join. Just leave that as with.
Just leave it and close it out. Yeah, it'll
Okay,
be
that's
fine.
fine.
Got to run behind.
Yep. Man, he just kind of stalled out there. I'll let him go.
On your right, clear right.
6th place. You're coming up
One
on a
more
slower
half
car.
second back.
Your lap times are improving. This is good. Blue flag.
On your left.
A little harder on the brakes there than I thought he was
Clear
going to
left.
be.
Hey, you're not allowed to go that fast. You're going to break the sheet.
Wait, what?
Ignore me.
Car right.
Jesus.
Clear right.
But pay attention to that guy. Damn.
Probably just try and hold pace
We
with
think
them.
P6
So
has
you've-
binned it in turn 1.
You have pace on the next car behind.
Okay. See if we can just stay in their coattails and pick up some fuel save.
I sent the updated sheet, Dustin. I don't know if you see it. Or, I don't want to say updated, just new sheet.
Why am I not surprised that your take on this was like, let's solve this with engineering? No, I like this. I like
Because I'm an
this.
engineer.
Yeah,
Slower
absolutely.
class car ahead.
I tried to simplify some of it just with some VLOOKUPs. The driver local
Nice.
start time is kind of a nightmare of VLOOKUPs, but it's fine.
Yeah, I hate VLOOKUPs. That's why I just had separate columns. But no, I like this. I like this a lot. And so you said the only thing that we have to do
Car
is
right.
at the end of the stint we update
Clear
the
right.
time remaining, or at the start of the stint we update the time remaining.
Yep.
Nice. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's as simple to use as I think we could possibly come up with.
And then when the race starts, put in whatever time the green flag is in GMT, in stint number 1, and everything else will key off of that as well.
Nice. Yeah, look at that engineering work to take the 2 changes that my sheet was going to have to do, and now you just have to put in 1 change. That's good though. That's what I was. Yeah, the less we have to interact with it, the more utility we will get out of it, if that makes sense.
Yep, agreed. It's also why I set up a separate inputs tab, just like the stuff that we're not going to dick around with, put it, and then let the schedule tab pull off of it.
Yeah, go deep.
That's what she said.
Ow, not that deep though.
It happens sometimes.
It does.
If I'm being honest.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
These guys are low on fuel, right? Like they're going to be pitting in like 4 laps, 3 laps.
9 laps and 7 laps.
That was a 133.4.
Assuming they're going for 29 lap stints. You are currently tracking towards a 30 lap stint.
Sweet.
Although that number
helps
will,
my
that number will probably update because it's been taking iRacing a good handful of laps to recalculate on a driver change.
It'll probably come down to once these guys either pit or pull away from me and I don't have the tow.
7th position.
I don't know how I didn't get a 1x or a slowdown penalty for that.
That's a new fastest lap for Kraft, 131.5, B6. That lap was a 133.7. You're coming up on a slower class car.
Right side. Clear right.
That's good consistency. Keep it up.
7 down, 22 more, 3/10 of a lap in hand.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
Frustrating to realize that I am faster than P2 right now. Some of that might have been traffic on the last lap, I suppose, but they're not going away from us.
You've pulled
Left side. Clear left.
1.7 seconds off of him in the last 3 laps.
But can I pull 4 laps or whatever it was? No.
Doubtful. Doubtful.
Maybe with a little pit maneuver?
So every car ahead of us has a perfectly clean nose, which is kind of interesting. But every Porsche ahead of us has damage to the rear clip.
Interesting.
up on a slower class car. Slower class car ahead. Your lap time was at 1:33.0. Sector 1 is 0.8 off the pace. You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Ooh.
Careful around this Porsche.
Yep.
On your left.
He will
Clear
not
left.
yield the inside going into this left-hander.
Car left. Hold your line. Clear left.
Wow, Ross only ran
Slower
26.
car ahead. This guy's the class leader. Your last lap time was at 1:35.
On your right. Clear right.
Nice work there.
Maybe a little aggressive, but I want him out of the way. Plus, like, I don't know how you guys have been encountering P1 in the GT class, but like that guy has been a thorn in my side if I'm around him in the horseshoes. So I knew that I wanted to just kind of assert myself.
P7.
Oh, this is gonna be tight.
Lift early. Lift now.
Yep, I am.
Yeah, it's kind of fun to take the bus stop without braking.
On your left. Clear left.
Stay on it. This isn't over yet. P6. We think P5 has binned it in turn 5.
That's the third time I've seen a Giga Chad run wide in that horseshoe.
Is that the team that's up ahead of us?
They're in P5, so 2 positions up the road.
Okay.
I hear those
Slower class
clicky
car
keys.
ahead.
Yeah, Sam.
I was wondering if you could or not. I will flip the microphone up while I type this. It's only because I put the super clicky switch in the spacebar.
Yes.
Hey, Aaron, one alternative. If you don't want to worry about saving that much fuel at the end, I can swap doubles with you. Unless you just want to end the race.
How much
I'll
are we
just
off?
finish the race. That's fine.
Okay.
Well, we're scheduled to have 2 minutes and 40 left, but then I was saying it'd be good if we had like a 5-minute buffer just in case we get to the end of the race and the leader's like 10 seconds behind us
Fair.
and they cross the line on their second to last lap with like 1:40 left in the race, which means
Yeah.
we have like 3 laps left to do at that point.
Right.
Yeah, I think, too, with the gaps that we currently have right now, if that's the point, then we'll just lift and let the leader come around us. Which I feel like that's more of an option here than it was at Spa as well. But that is a good point. We
Coming
are
up on
on
a
the
slower
same
car.
lap as the next car behind, and we're 1 lap off the next car ahead, and the leader is between us. So, yeah.
Like I think you just need to plan on having like a 3-lap buffer at the end of the race.
That's fair.
Yeah, Ryan had to go into emergency fuel save mode. That what was that 6 hours of Spa we did?
Yeah. Yeah, Zach's still tracking to a 29, so that'll cut a little bit off of it. I'll run at least a 29, if not a 30.
The leader,
on each of my
is
2
pitting.
stints. So that's 3 laps at least, which gets us to that gets us to a buffer of +1. And if Zach does 29 on the next,
Sixth
that
place.
gets us to a buffer of +2. That gets us to where Ryan doesn't have to save any fuel. And then, Aaron, if you go 29 laps on each of your stints, that takes that buffer out to +4.
Mm-hmm.
Does that math track?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I can also try to get us to 16 laps remaining on this one.
No, you don't have to worry about pushing all the way to 30.
Okay.
I think we're probably right about that point in the stint where if we tried to stretch it one more lap, we'd end up sacrificing a decent amount of
Slower
speed.
class car ahead.
It just always surprises me how much fuel you can save with a couple big lifts.
Yeah. Yeah. Guys, I'm going to hop away for a little bit and try to stretch some before
Okay.
getting back in for my stint.
Yep.
This is still your first stint, right, Zach?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've gotten
Coming
to the
up on a
point where
slower
I've
class
entered a
car.
time warp, and I don't know what's going on anymore.
Yep.
Car left. Clear left. Left side. Clear left. Left side. Clear left.
Can you do me a favor and see what sort of lap times this Sam Broku or whatever has been running? Like, basically, if I should let him go and try and save some fuel behind him. I think he's going to get a run on me anyway, so it might not matter.
He's been doing mid to upper 32s.
Oh, geez. Okay. Yeah, I'll let him go. Except he's pitting in, so never mind.
Yeah, each of his last 6 laps were 32, and then the one
You've
before
just
that
done
was
a
a 33 flat.
133.8.
That's plenty fast.
Slower class car ahead. There's a group of slower cars ahead.
On your left. Clear left.
There's an incident in turn 6. It looks like it's Burrell. Yellow flag.
You're all right.
Yeah.
I see him.
Meanwhile, I
Car right.
a moment to
Clear
thermal
right.
throttle on me, so I've tried. I don't know what's going on. It's actually running pretty solid after turning down a bunch of stills. Just like, nah, I'm just going to show you a black screen for half a second all the time.
Out of curiosity, am I understanding Google Fi correctly that basically coverage is done
Slower
through
class
an
car
app?
ahead.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they have a website, but everything I've ever had to interact with them has been on the app, and like I've never had any service outage or anything. I've never had any
lap
need to
time was
contact support, but if I had to
1:33.3.
do that, it would be through the app.
Okay.
Yeah, both Google Fi, and then we've got Google Fiber in the house. Both we've had for
Wow, right?
yeah, 6 years. I've never once. Well, I've contacted Google Fiber support twice. The first
Yeah.
time
There's a group of
was
slower cars
my
ahead.
fault. I was like, "This quit working. I don't know what happened," and
They were like, flip this switch.
it was it was even worse. It was the
Sorry about
power
that, Jimmy.
brick that the
Missed me
router was
brightly
plugged
marker.
into had tripped at some point, and I never noticed. So that was fun. And then at one point, my
Left side.
network was just running really
Clear
slow,
left.
and no matter what I reset, it wasn't improving. So I contacted them like, "Yeah, your hardware's pretty old. We'll send out someone to get you the newest hardware." I'm like, okay, cool.
Sweet.
That's it. It was only 2 times I ever contacted Google Fiber, and I've never once had to contact Google Fi about anything. Whereas, when I was a Comcast customer for internet, I felt like at least twice a year I was contacting them to complain about something.
Right, yeah.
And I'd been on T-Mobile and Verizon, and both about once a year I was
coming up on a slower
contacting
car.
support to complain about something.
That last lap was a
I just
1:33.6.
never had
Lap
any
times are
issues
pretty
with
consistent.
either Google service I use.
Oh, shit.
Blue flag.
That's a code brown.
Did he hit the wall?
There's an incident
No,
in
must not
turn
have.
5. It looks like
back
it's
on power.
Johnson.
Clear left.
That sucks. I was hoping we could pick up a spot.
He may have just avoided the pit wall. Nope, he took damage.
Did he?
Yep.
It's only 3 seconds back, so it must not have been too sizable.
No, the left front of the
It's like the
splitter?
dive plane.
Yeah, that all kind of caved in a little bit,
Yeah, okay.
but not much.
Slower class car ahead.
Whoa. That was an unexpectedly fast lap.
They sneak up on you like that sometimes.
Yeah.
You're coming up on a slower class car. There's an incident in turn 6.
On your right. Clear right.
Slower car ahead. It's their class leader.
I'll be right back. I gotta go refill that IMSA mug I got a couple years ago.
No worries.
Right side. Clear right.
You're coming up on a slower class car. You're 2/10 off the pace in sectors 1 and 3. Sector 2 is 0.3 off the pace. That lap was a 1:32.8. Slower class car ahead.
And I'm back.
Okie dokie.
Car right. Clear right.
That Skull Porsche you just passed, I passed them every single time at like the most inopportune time. It's like, yeah, it's gonna cost me a second to pass this guy.
Yeah. I was a little worried that he might force me to the outside of the kink through there, but that wasn't too painful.
The double I did this morning, the only two issues I had were
Slower
both at
class
the
car
kink
ahead.
and were both due to the GT car I was trying to pass. The first one, he was still just ahead of me, but I was gonna catch him by the time we were at the apex of the kink. And like he was track right, I was on his left side, and he just cut across me, and I had to slam on the brakes to make sure I didn't hit him. And Dustin and I started getting in this debate. He's like, "Well, you weren't alongside him yet. He was within his rights to do that." And I'm like, "His rights? Sure, technically. Was it a dick move? 100%." Then I don't know, 10 or 15 laps later, I was coming across some more GT traffic through the kink, and they stayed track left.
Car
I went
left.
track right, and one of them
Clear left.
pushed me off the track at the exit of the kink. I'm like, "Are you kidding me?"
Like right here.
Yep.
Incident in turn 6. We think it might be Johnson.
Doesn't seem like we picked up any damage though from any of those.
No, I didn't hit anything.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if like maybe you smashed the
class
curb
car
well
ahead.
enough to do anything to the floor.
No, those were the only
Okay.
minor hiccups I had. That's
Got
it.
it.
Last night, one really pissed me off. It was just before I was handing the car over. I was coming into turn 1, and I was passing a GT car on the outside, and he again cuts across my nose through the braking zone. And then he ended up going like way track wide, and I was like just distracted enough from trying to not hit him that I also lost the car. And I had to sit there for 10 seconds waiting for traffic to clear before I could rejoin,
Man, that's brutal.
which
Hey Zach, go
I think
to
we
attack mode.
Okay. Hang on a second.
That was 133.3. Good consistency. Keep them coming.
Yeah, I had that thought about. We've been running the
coming up
hybrid
on a slower
on
class
attack
car.
mode the last 3 laps, and we've got typically have plenty of SOC to do that.
Yeah. Jeez.
Car right. Clear right.
Remind me to turn it back when we get to into the pits.
You got it.
That lap time was 133. You're coming up on a slower car.
Yeah, he's gonna roll out to start his second stint with less than 1:15 remaining, so that's gonna save us at least another minute 20 off that time. I think we're looking pretty good to be able to build a buffer there.
On your left. Still there. Clear left. Car left. Clear left.
In the next lap, right?
Correct. One more.
That sounded a little rough on the engine through the bus stop there.
It did.
Yeah, maybe it was just
Sounded,
iRacing giving me a black screen and it just not knowing what to do, and it came back.
yeah, I think that's probably what it was because it sounded fine on where I'm at.
Okay.
No concerns about fuel on the in lap.
Okay.
Slower class car ahead.
Oh, jeez.
Left side.
Did you get a little
Clear
four-wheel
left.
slide going into the corner there?
What's that?
Did you have a four-wheel slide going into that corner?
No, my relative went blank, leading me to believe that I probably was blinking for a second.
Looked fine here.
But that was why I was like, oh shit, because I couldn't see the car.
Gotcha.
Slower class car ahead.
All right, box,
Everybody
box
else
in here.
blinked.
Lift at the first kink, brake at the second.
Right side. Clear right.
Watch your speed. Activate limiter.
Whoa. That was close, right at the end.
Yeah, I've been
100
doing
meters.
gentle braking at the first
50
kink
meters.
and then progressively getting deeper. And even that, I'm already like locking the tires on my way in.
The car ahead's pitting.
All right.
Critical
Charge
tire,
mode is reset to
critical
balance.
tire wear was 78. Check your other adjustments. Everything else is back as default.
Yeah.
We're still keeping the tire pressure adjustment for now.
Car feels great, so that's fine with me. Oh. How many laps was that?
29.
Was that 29? Okay.
Five 14:42. Yeah, I saw you're on that cell. I was gonna let you do it, Aaron.
What's that?
Yeah, that gap's down.
Updating the spreadsheet
Yeah, that
to a
gap.
minute.
Yep, down to a minute.
Take
so
care,
if
there's a
Zach,
car
if Zach
approaching.
does 29 on this lap, it'll
Blue
he'll
flag.
fully erase that.
On your right.
deficit, and that'll give us 6 stints
Clear
to
right.
build a margin.
Yep.
And if we only need
Well,
a
it came out
3
in
or-
prototype traffic, so
Yeah.
I should be able to.
this guy ahead
Cold
is
tires here.
Giga Chad.
The guy with the Dale Earnhardt livery?
Yep.
Oh, really? I would have never imagined.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, and this car behind is the one with the American flag livery. That, despite that, still doesn't seem to know how blue flags work in American racing.
Oh, big twitch off the
Car
corner
left.
there.
cold tires.
Hold your line.
Yeah.
Give it a bit of a breathe and tuck in behind him.
Hold your line.
Yeah, I will.
Clear left.
Blue flag.
Gap behind is 1.4 to the next prototype, not for position. So how big of a buffer did you say you would want to have, Aaron? 3 laps, 4 laps?
3 laps.
3 laps. Okay, cool. Well, then I can do 29 laps each. You've been doing 29 laps as well, if I remember, right? Maybe.
Yeah, that second stint I did got kind of hairy and close, but
Okay.
I was doing 29 laps.
Yeah, so I can do 29 each. That'll get us to 2, and then that'll mean that Ryan won't have to save because he's been pretty quick anyways. And then if you go 29 on your first stint, that gets us the 3-lap buffer. Although who knows, I might still go 30. We'll see.
You're coming up on a slower class car.
It's a 4-minute and 40-second buffer.
3 laps is?
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds right. I think that's fair. Race Labs is now saying 900 laps even.
There's an incident in bus stop.
That's so many.
Is there a car off at the bus stop?
There is. The
I see
track is
smoke.
clear.
Okay.
The car must have towed. I know it was a GT car that rear-ended another GT car going in.
Oh man.
And they both had a synchronized spin and both kept going. Whew. Although one of the GTs was literally stopped on the second apex for 4 or 5 seconds.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That'd have been terrifying.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
On your left.
It was that Porsche right there.
Clear left. Car left. Clear left. On your left. Clear left.
All right, guys, I'm going to step away again for a bit. I'll have to
Yep.
do a reboot and stop my stream and whatnot as well before getting in the car here shortly.
Yep.
Sector 1 is 4.0 seconds off the pace. You're coming up on a slower class car.
Left side. Clear left.
Blue flag. Blue flag. Blue flag. Slower class car ahead. You've just done a 133.7.
On your left. Clear left.
Sector 1 is 1.6 seconds off the pace.
My goodness.
Car left. Clear left.
Blue flag. You've just done a 134.2. Sector 1 is 1.5 off the pace. You're coming up on a slower car.
The leader is 5 laps ahead of P2.
That's painful.
And a couple of cars behind him is the next car up the road from us coming to lap us.
Oh shit.
But I think they've only got
Slow
2 more
car
laps
ahead.
until they
This guy's
pit.
their class leader.
Okay. Because I was sitting here watching P8 and like kind of thinking to myself, maybe we just hang out here, and if I can keep him in my sights, then I
P7. Your lap time was
can
134.3.
stretch fuel and not really worry about getting overtaken. But I don't really want to fall a lap down to the car ahead. So I wonder if I should try and push it and get around.
Yeah, you're anywhere from to about a half a second faster than this guy. Just he seems a little more inconsistent than you are.
Yeah, maybe I'll see if I can get him in the bus stop. Switching to attack just for a second.
On your left. Still there. Clear left.
P6. That lap was a 132.9. Slower class car ahead.
Left side. Clear left. Left side. Clear left.
You're coming up on a slower class car. There's a group of slower cars ahead.
Car left. Clear left. On your right. Clear right.
I looked at the laps for P6 wrong. They've got about as many laps left in their stint as we do.
Slower class car ahead.
On your left. Clear left.
Yeah, there's 5 hours left, just under 5 hours left, so 4:45.
You've just done a 133.1.
Nice lap.
Uncle Shane.
Did you reset your deploy mode?
Yes.
Okay.
You're coming up on a slower class car. The lead car's pitting. That was a 133.2.
Nice recovery. No pressure.
You're approaching a group of slower cars.
Car left. Clear left.